Okay. Welcome, everybody. It is 8:30, so I will call the meeting to order. Welcome to the first organizational meeting for the new council term. So those of you who are returning and those of you newly elected, congratulations and welcome. With that, the first order of business is the agenda in front of us. So I'll ask if there is, if I can have a motion or a mover for somebody to adopt the agenda. Councillor Christie, thank you.
I move the agenda as presented.
All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. The next order of business, the official oaths of office for all councillors. And so we are prepared to administer the oaths and to have those signed. And so I think we will start with Division 1 and make our way upwards.
Just start? Okay. I, Faye McGee, do swear that I will diligently, faithfully, and to the best of my ability execute according to the law the office of Councillor for Kneehill County. So help me God. Perfect. Thank you. Sorry, Debbie.
I, Debbie Panna, do swear that I diligently, faithfully, and to the best of my ability execute according to law the office of Council of Kneehill County, so help me God.
Oh, you're going to take it, sorry. No, that's okay. Thanks, Debbie.
I, Jerry Wittstock, do swear that I diligently, faithfully, and to the best of my ability execute according to law the office of Councillor for Kneehill County, so help me God. So help me God? Yeah, I've done that quite a few times.
Good. I, Laura Lee Michelle Cunningham, do swear that I will diligently, faithfully, and to the best of my ability execute according to law the office of Councillor for Kneehill County, so help me God.
I, Wade Christie, do swear that I will diligently, faithfully, and to the best of my ability execute according to law the office of Councillor for Kneehill County, so help me God.
Leaves me. So I, Kenneth King, do swear that I will diligently, faithfully, and to the best of my ability execute according to law the office of Councillor for Kneehill County, so help me God.
Thank you all, and welcome. You are officially now the council for Kneehill County. The next order of business on the agenda is a councillor code of conduct and ethics bylaw. So the signing of the agreement to that bylaw. Bylaw 1783 establishes a code of conduct for members of council. The bylaw is to declare the standard of behavior for actions for Kneehill County elected officials, and the bylaw is in place pursuant to the Municipal Government Act. So the standards are to ensure the highest public confidence in and respect for local government, to ensure effective leadership in and through the elected council, to ensure that council and councillors act with the highest level of integrity and ethical behavior. As noted in the county's procedural bylaw, is any member of council unwilling to sign the code of conduct is not eligible to be appointed to county committees. The main principles of the bylaw incorporate providing a guiding behavior for council and a mechanism of accountability for that behavior. The councillors agreed to sign the statement of the code of ethics. So that is under the bylaw. It's an acknowledgement that the bylaw has been read, the agreement to abide by it. As council, I believe, is aware, the signed code of conduct statements are displayed publicly in this room for any member of the public to view. And it's agreed that the code of conduct is in effect for councillors leaving council office for 12 months after they've left that office, and the confidentiality requirements are in effect in perpetuity. But with that, I believe you each have the forms in front of you, and I guess we will, if you sign off on those, we'll take the oath and collect those. And I think again, Carolyn, if we started the collection from Division 1 and worked our way upwards.
And you want us to read this out loud, right? Yeah.
Please.
Apologies, I have to have my reading glasses. I, Councillor Faye McGee, do solemnly swear to uphold the Kneehill County Councillor Code of Conduct at all times while serving as a municipal elected official representing Kneehill County. I have read and understood the Councillor Code of Conduct policy and further agree to all the terms and conditions as is specified in this policy.
I, Councillor Debbie Penna, do solemnly swear to uphold the Kneehill County Councillor Code of Conduct at all times while serving as a municipal elected official representing Kneehill County. I have read and understand the Council Code of Conduct policy and further agree to all the terms and conditions as specified in the policy.
I, Councillor Jerry Whitstock, do solemnly swear to uphold the Kneehill County Councillor Code of Conduct at all times while serving as a municipally elected official representing Kneehill County. I have read and understand the Code of Conduct policy and further agree to all the terms and conditions as specified in that policy.
I, Councillor Carrie Forbes, do solemnly swear to uphold the Kneehill County Councillor Code of Conduct at all times while serving as a municipal elected official representing Kneehill County. I have read and understand the Councillor Code of Conduct privacy and further agree to all terms and conditions as specified in the policy.
I, Councillor Laura Lee Michelle Cunningham, do solemnly swear to uphold the Kneehill County Councillor Code of Conduct at all times while serving as a municipally elected official representing Kneehill County. I have read and understood the Councillor Code of Conduct policy and further agree to all terms and conditions as specified in the policy.
I, Councillor Wade Christie, do solemnly swear to uphold the Kneehill County Councillor Code of Conduct at all times while serving as a municipally elected official representing Kneehill County. I've read and understood the Councillor Code of Conduct policy and further agree to all the terms and conditions as specified in the policy.
I, Councillor Kenneth King, do solemnly swear to uphold the Kneehill County Councillor Code of Conduct at all times while serving as a municipally elected official representing, Kneehill County. I have read and understand the Councillor Code of Conduct policy and further agree to all the terms and conditions as specified in the policy.
Thank you, members of council. Carolyn will be coming around to collect those, and we will have them framed and displayed accordingly. So thank you. The next order of business moves into the election of the Reeve and Deputy Reeve. Prior to that, there is a little bit of procedure and process to work out. We are looking for council's endorsement that council utilize the voting procedures of secret ballot when there is more than one nomination for the position of Reeve or Deputy Reeve. And secondly, that all ballots be destroyed at the end of the meeting. So I'm wondering if anyone is willing to make a motion that council utilize the voting procedures of secret ballot when there's more than one nomination for the position of Reeve and Deputy Reeve. Councillor King, thank you.
I'll make that motion that we utilize the voting procedures of secret ballot when there is more than one nomination for the position of Reeve and Deputy Reeve.
Thank you. All those in favor? It is carried unanimously. Is any member of council willing to make the second motion in case it is needed? Councillor Christie?
I'll move that all ballots are destroyed at the end of the meeting.
Thank you. All those in favor? That too is carried unanimously. Thank you. So with that, we'll move into the election of Reeve for the following year. So with this, I will call for nominations a number of times. Before the vote, let me try that again. After nominations, prior to the vote, we will require a motion that nominations cease. With that, I will ask, are there any nominations for the position of Reeve? Councillor King?
I'd like to nominate Councillor Whitstock for the position of Reeve.
Councillor Whitstock, do you accept that nomination?
I would accept the nomination. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations for the position of Reeve? I'll ask a third time. Are there any further nominations for the position of Reeve? Seeing none, is anyone willing to make a motion that nominations cease? Councillor McGee, thank you. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. So with that, congratulations, Councillor. Now, Reeve Whitstock.
Well, thank you very much, councillors. I hope I live up to the standards that you expect from me. And thank you so much. I do appreciate the vote of confidence, and I am humbled. So thank you so much. Okay, well, I guess our next order of business, because I will be taking over from you, Mr. Hogan.
I will now turn the meeting over to you, Reeve Whitstock.
All righty. Well, our next agenda item would be 06, which is the nomination for Deputy Reeve. I will call, is there anyone wishing to put forward a nomination for Deputy Reeve? Just a point of order. Yes.
Is there an oath of office that the Reeve would need to take before we continue with the meeting?
You don't have a form signed, but we can maybe sign it after if you just want to do the oath.
Okay. Sorry about that. I, Jerry Whitstock, do swear that I will diligently, faithfully, and to the best of my ability execute according to law the office of Reeve for Kneehill County, so help me God. Sworn before me at Kneehill County, province of Alberta, this 26th day of October 2021. Now I will move on to agenda item 6.0. I will call for nominations for Deputy Reeve. Councillor Petter?
I would nominate Councillor McGee, or Faye McGee.
Councillor McGee, would you accept that nomination?
Yes, I would.
Second call for nominations, Councillor Christie.
I was just a comment that Ian made the other day that lots of municipalities use the Deputy Reeve as professional development, so I would nominate Councillor King.
Would you accept the nomination, Councillor King?
Yes, I would.
Okay, third and final time, nominations for Deputy Reeve. Would someone like to call for nominations cease? Councillor Penner?
So moved.
Okay, so, Mr. Hogan, we are in a vote situation here, and you are preparing for that to happen, correct? Need more glue. It's quite the secure container. Need a half-hour recess now? Or-
As per the vote of council, I'd like to announce Ken King as the Deputy Reeve.
Do you believe there's a oath of office to come up? Am I correct?
Okay. So I, Kenneth King, do swear that I will diligently, faithfully, and to the best of my ability execute according to law the office of Deputy Reeve for Kneehill County. So help me God.
Alrighty. Next agenda item, 7.0, seating arrangements. Are we using that same infamous container? And where are these poker chips from this time? They're still the same ones. Still the same ones, alrighty. Would it not be, how do we do this? Position number 1, correct? Division 1? I'm 3. So much for the suspense.
So one starting from here and working our way around. Yeah.
You're not moving? Sorry,
Besides the oath part.
we need music for this. All righty, now that we've got that behind us, does anybody need a break? All righty.
Because I didn't know that, and I was like, well, I'll just talk louder.
Okay, our next agenda item would be 8.0, and that is to determine our regular council meeting dates for 2020. And you're presenting, Mr. Hogan?
Yes, through you, Mr. Reeve. The item that's before you is that council approve the scheduling of the 2022 organizational meeting for Tuesday, October 25th, 2022, and to hold all regular council meeting dates on the second and fourth Tuesday of each month, with the exception of the dates provided. So generally, council sets the standard second and fourth Tuesdays of each month. That is, of course, up to council's discussion and discretion. What we do with that is we do go through the year and isolate areas where that may be a conflict, where that maybe conflicts with RMA or some other convention or conference, as well as it's generally practiced at the county that we don't have a second meeting in December. That tends to coincide with another time of the year where nobody really wants to be here attending council meetings. And it does reflect as well, generally council's practice as it slows down in the summer is to drop to one meeting in the summer months. And so that also is reflected here in the motion.
Are there any questions for Mr. Hogan at this point in time? Seeing not, what are council's wishes? Deputy Reeve King.
So I'd make the motion that council approve the scheduling of the 2022 organizational meeting for Tuesday, October 25th, 2022, and to hold all regular council meeting dates on the second and fourth Tuesdays of each month, with the exceptions as listed in the RFD.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion before us to approve the recommendation as presented on screen. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. And now we will go on to number 9, Committee of the Whole meeting dates for 2022. Welcome back, Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Reeve. This item is similar to the last item that council dealt with. This is to establish the Committee of the Whole meeting dates. And the recommendation is that we continue with the third Tuesday of every month, as is outlined in the procedural bylaw. Again, we have outlined some exceptions to that over the summer where we drop down and eliminating the March 15th Committee of the Whole meeting, as that coincides with the Spring Rural Municipalities of Alberta Convention. Likewise, in that motion, you'll see the movement of November and December to move them off of conflicting dates as well.
Are there any questions for Mr. Hogan? What's council's wishes? Councillor Penner.
I make the motion that council approve the third Tuesday of every month at 8:30 a.m. for a committee of the whole meeting with the exceptions listed.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion to approve as per the motion that's up on screen. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Agenda item number 10. Municipal Planning Commission meeting dates for 2022. Mr. Hogan.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Through you, the Municipal Planning Commission is looking, well, we have to establish the dates for the Municipal Planning Commission. The MPC, as the acronym is, deals with discretionary development permits that come through the county. All of the members of council are look to be appointed to the committee, as well as members at large. The motion before you is not the appointments yet, but is simply setting the dates for those meetings.
Any questions? Anyone care to make a motion? Commission member? No, it's not. It's Councillor Christie.
I'll make the motion to approve the schedule of the 2022 Municipal Planning Commission meetings for the fourth Thursday of each month in 2022 with the exceptions as listed.
Okay, we have a motion before us to approve the scheduling as presented on screen. Is there any discussion to that? Seeing as not, call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Okay, now we're going to get into the committees. Next agenda item, 11.1, Ag Service Board. Mr. Hogan.
Through Mr. Reeve to all of council, the appointments from this point out are to your various committees, boards, groups that you're a part of. So I guess at the beginning here, I'll maybe just do a general spiel. Is different committees have different membership compositions and different makeups. There's a primary that we appoint. Often there's an alternate. In some cases, there's more than one primary that we appoint. So the role of the primary is to be the initial person that attends those meetings on behalf of the county. Generally, the role of the alternate is to be, if the primary is unable to attend the meeting, they alert the alternate and the alternate attends in their place. So it's not necessarily limited to the alternate being the one that has to attend, but it establishes that there is a go-to for easier coordination and efficiency to make sure that the liaison or the director role or whatever it is supplied to that committee by the county. So the appointments from here on out is, that's the general bit. Each of these is a different committee of either of the county or of a third party that the county is involved in or has membership in some capacity. So with each of these, if there are questions about the board, what it does, those sorts of things, we have those in the RFD, but by all means feel free to ask questions as they come up. The current top one in front of you is the Agricultural Service Board. This is a mandated board by the province. Generally, this is composed of some members of council as well as members at large, and it acts as a recommendation body to the council.
So how do we want to go about this? Councillor Christie.
I'd like to stay on this board.
Okay. Councillor Penner.
I'm the same feeling, please, if possible.
Okay, volunteers. Councillor or Deputy Reeve King.
I have served as the alternate. However, I would appreciate being considered for an active member position.
Yes. Okay. How do we do this, Mr. Hogan?
We have right now, if there are, I believe there's 4 members of council who have expressed interest. Okay. And I believe on Ag Services Board that there are 4 members. So if there's no other members that are expressing interest in a primary position, then what we'd need is a motion to appoint the 4 that have put their names forward to the committee, or to the board.
To the board. Councillor McGee.
I move that the council appoint Councillor Christie, Councillor Penner, Councillor King, and Councillor Phobes to the Ag Service Board and appoint Reeve McGee. No. Don't read, think. Councillor McGee as an alternate member. Sorry, guys.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us to appoint. Okay, I will wait for it to come up on screen. And we are there. Is that the way you would like the motion to read, Councillor McGee?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I will read the motion. Councillor McGee moved that council appoint Councillor Christie, Councillor Penner, Councillor King, and Councillor Phobes to the Ag Service Board and appoint Councillor McGee as the alternate member. Is there any discussion to that motion? Not seeing any, so we will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Now we should probably appoint the chair. Yes, Deputy Reeve King.
I have appreciated the leadership shown by Councillor Christie on this board, and if he is willing, I certainly would nominate him as the chairman for the Ag Service Board.
Okay.
I would also like to stay in the chair, so thank you.
Okay, so that means you will take that appointment. Is there any other discussion, any other nominations? I see none. So, all righty. Deputy Reeve King.
So then I'll move that we appoint Councillor Christie as the chairman to the Ag Service Board.
Okay, so we have a motion before us to approve Councillor Christie as the chair for a 3-year term, 4-year term. No, it's a 1-year term. Comes up every organizational. Okay, that was 1 down. All righty. Is there any discussion to that motion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Okay. Congratulations, Councillor Christie. You are on a chair for the next year. Okay, now we will be appointing members of large for the 3-year term, expiring on December 31st of 24.
Just a question. We have 2 applicants. Would it be appropriate to have a brief closed session to discuss and have conversation?
That would be the appropriate procedure, Mr. Hogan?
If you wish to discuss items that should be closed, then yes.
Would someone like to put us into closed session? Yes.
My motion.
Okay, we have a motion to go into closed session. All those in favor? And we are in closed session. Gallery shrunk big time since we were gone. Okay, we are back on screen, I take it? Ms. Vanderkool, okay, so we are back in session. Is there anyone that would like to make a motion? Councillor Penner?
I would like to thank the people that put their name forward here for this position, and I'd like to make the motion that we appoint Heather Barrett as member of large for a 3-year term to the Ag Service Boards effective January 1st, 2022 and expiring on December 31st, 2024.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us to appoint Heather Barrett to the position of member at large. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Okay. Boy, there's sure a lot of agenda items here. Okay. Next agenda item, 11.2, Agricultural Appeal Board. Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, traditionally this group that hears appeals made regarding different aspects of agriculture enforcement we've struggled to get members for this. I think it was Carolyn last year or the year before. We proposed that we use the SDAB for the same function, given that they're both quasi-judicial boards. They're both dealing with appeals, and that's the practice that we're looking to continue. If council wanted to go a different direction, we would have to advertise this and canvass for members. But we are recommending that council simply makes a motion that we utilize the SDAB as the Agricultural Appeal Board as well.
Oh, the SDAB also knows that this is on their docket here, that there would also be the part of the Agricultural Appeal Board.
Okay, thank you for that information. Is there any questions for Mr. Hogan? If not, does someone care to make a motion? Yes, Councillor McGee.
I move that council utilize the Subdivision Development Appeal Board for the Agricultural Appeal Board.
Okay, we have a motion before us as presented on screen. Is there any discussions to that motion? I see none. Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. And we're off to the next one. Kneehill Emergency Management Advisory Committee. Mr. Hogan.
Again, through you, Mr. Reeve, the Kneehill Emergency Management Advisory Committee is a legislated entity that municipalities need to have. They can have that. Each municipality is required to have one, unless you are part of a regional emergency management system, which we now are. We, in the region, solidified that in the past year so that ourselves and the urbans within our boundaries are all part of one. So this board, this advisory committee is a governance level committee that actually fulfills that mandate on behalf of Kneehill County and the 5 urbans that are within our borders. So as part of this, we're looking to appoint 1 primary and 1 alternate to the committee.
All righty. Well, I'm willing to let my name stand. Wasn't it at one point in time that was mandatory, that the Reeve was the lucky guy?
Yeah. Yeah, so it's no longer required that that be the case.
Okay. Well, I will let my name stand. That's the one that's once a year has to be refreshed, yes.
Deputy Reeve, do you want to keep that Deputy Reeve tradition going?
I would be fine with that, unless there's someone who has a burning desire to be on this committee.
Well, now it sounds like I had a burning desire to be on this committee.
It's always an emergency, you know? It's either an accident or burning.
Been there, done that.
And if we're speaking of burning, for council's awareness through Mr. Reeve, this is not a committee that deals with the actual emergency or the event itself. We have staff, we have an emergency management agency for that. This is the governance level entity that that ensures that basically this is who it's reported to, that we do have a plan that the legislated needs of the emergency management system are being done correctly. They set out and they help create a budget and recommend the training that goes along with that. But when the spam hits the fan, so to speak, this is not the group that is actually on the ground dealing with the emergency.
Fingers are certainly not involved.
Yeah.
Someone care to make a motion? Councillor Penner?
I'll make the motion that council appoints Reeve Woodstock to the Regional Emergency Management Advisory Committee and Deputy Reeve King as the alternate.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seems not, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Next one, 11.4, Aqua 7 Regional Water Commission. Mr. Hogan.
Through Mr. Reeve to council, the Aqua 7 Regional Water Commission is, as its name implies, a regional water commission. It is a separate entity from the county. However, the county is one of the owners of Aqua 7. As its name implies, Aqua 7 provides water to 7 different municipalities, so Kneehill County, Rocky View County, and 5 urbans. So each of those municipalities appoints a member and an alternate to the group. The group meets at least 4 times a year and is responsible for, again, the governance level and oversight of the Regional Water Commission. The motion before you is asking for an appointment as a primary and an appointment as an alternate to represent the county at the Aqua 7 Regional Water Commission Board.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hogan. I would like to let my name stand as being the primary. I've been chair of that for I don't know how many years, but regardless of, the board seems to be working quite well, and because we also manage and we also do the secretary-treasurer part of it, it works well to have all that stuff concentrated within this office.
I would continue on as alternate, if that was okay with everybody.
Someone care to make a motion? Deputy Reeve King.
So I'd make the motion then that council appoint Reeve Whitstock as primary and Councillor Penner as the alternate to Aqua 7 Regional Water Commission Board.
Okay, we have a motion before us to appoint myself and Councillor Penner to this board. Is there any discussion prior to the question? I see no discussion. Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Canadian Badlands. You want to go for this one, Mr. Hogan?
This item that's before you, through you, Mr. Reeve, to council, is not for an appointment. This is more of an information item. In the past, council has appointed individuals to the Canadian Badlands. As we were notified very recently, Canadian Badlands is dissolving and wrapping up, and so the executive for that group is taking care of winding down that organization. My understanding is that the name and the brand will still be out there. There just won't be an organization behind it. So it's still usable if we wish to, but we no longer require an appointment to that. So the recommended motion that's before you is simply that you accept this report regarding Canadian Badlands for information as presented. At this point in time, we don't need an appointment to this group, and this is the last time that you'll see this on unless the group is reincarnated in the future, you won't see this on future org meeting agendas.
Are there any questions for Mr. Hogan? Okay, what are council's wishes? Oh, Councillor Christie.
I'll make the motion to accept the report regarding Canadian Badlands for information as presented.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion to receive for information as presented. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Very good. Cape, Central Alberta Economic Partnership. Mr. Hogan.
Hey, the Central Alberta Economic Partnership, or CAPE, as we tend to refer to it as, is an economic development organization in Central Alberta. Its membership is composed primarily of municipalities. It is funded by municipalities. So this is, the Kneehill County is currently a member of CAPE, and they meet every couple of months, and their goal is to create economic programs or foster economic sustainability and growth throughout Central Alberta. So we are looking or asking that Council appoint a primary and an alternate to the Central Alberta Economic Partnership Committee.
Okay, and these meetings are held in Red Deer, correct?
I believe so, yes.
I'd be willing to continue to stand.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Councillor McGee. Okay, thank you, Councillor Matchell. Cunningham. Cunningham's good? Okay, I was going to ask the question. All righty, thank you so much. Okay, so we have two representatives for Cape. Does someone from council wish to make a motion? Councillor Penner?
I'll make the motion that council appoints Council Member McGee to the Central Alberta Economic Partnership Committee and Councillor Cunningham as the alternative.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so council is appointing Councillor McGee and Councillor Cunningham. Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. I was waiting. I just didn't see your hand there. Okay, Central Rural Municipalities of Alberta Zone 2 Director Committee, Mr. Hogan.
So as I believe Council is aware, the Rural Municipalities of Alberta is an organization which is composed of the 69 counties and municipal districts within Alberta. The RMA has several purposes. Those of you who are returning councillors are well aware. For our new councillors, RMA is a name that you'll see quite often in the upcoming term, whether that's through their purchasing programs, their insurance, their other business enterprises, or their main political focus as a provincial lobby group on behalf of rural municipalities. The RMA itself is broken out into zones geographically throughout the province. We're a member of Zone 2, and we have there are meetings throughout the year for all of Zone 2 to attend. But in preparation for those meetings, there is the Director Committee meeting, which helps set the agenda for those much larger ones. The membership of that is the Reeve and Deputy Reeve, and we're just asking that Council confirm that through motion.
Okay, Zone 2 is quite a large zone. Right from the Rocky Mountains to the Saskatchewan border, north to Ponoka County, and south to Wheatland County. The reason we have the meetings here is because we're pretty much central to that zone, so it kind of works for those that live on the peripheries. Yes, Councillor McGee.
I move that council appoint the Reeve and CAO to the Central Rural Municipalities of Alberta Director Committee and appoint the Deputy Reeve as alternate.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion before us. Is there any discussion to that motion? Which probably isn't, so I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. 1.8 Police Advisory Committee, Mr. Hogan.
The Police Advisory Committee, or PAC, is the entity that the Three Hills RCMP detachment uses I shouldn't say the entity, it's one of the main entities that the Three Hills detachment uses to gain feedback or input from the public. The Kneehill County has traditionally sent a member to this. The meetings occur generally in Delbert, although there is they have tended to occur there, although I know it says it does rotate, so the odd time it will. We're just looking for council, or asking that council appoint a primary and an alternate to that committee.
I'm willing to let my name stand either as a regular or an alternate. Is there anyone else who'd prefer the difference? Because it doesn't matter to me.
Well, I prefer you pick one or the other.
Okay, I would I'd take the lead if you'd like.
You're gonna drive to Dilburn, okay, I get it. Does someone want to sit as alternate in case? Yes, Councillor Cunningham? Okay, so we have our two. Someone care to make a motion? Councillor Forbes.
I move that council appoints Councillor McGee and Councillor Cunningham to the Police Advisory Committee as an alternate.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion before us. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Get rid of that pen. .9, Community Futures. Mr. Hogan.
Community Futures Wildrose is a nonprofit organization that employs a number of people with the aim of fostering economic development, business startups, and the like. That group is guided by a volunteer board of directors, and so the question in front of council is if council wishes to appoint somebody to that board of directors. Like the past few committees, we'd be asking to appoint a primary and an alternate.
Councillor Christie.
I'd like to continue with this board. I really enjoy it. I've been the chair of the Economic Development Committee for that board, and the other two members of that committee have not run for re-election. So for continuity, I'd like to sit on that board.
Someone care to put their name forward for the alternate position? Councillor McGee.
I'm willing to be alternate.
All right. By the sounds of Mr. Christie, you may not get the chance to go to those meetings, but they're... All right, would someone care to make a motion? Councillor Cunningham.
Okay. I move that council appoint Councillor Christie to the Community Futures Wildrose Committee and Councillor McGee as alternate.
Okay, we have a motion before us. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Dr. R&R.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, the Dr. R&R, or Retention and Recruitment Committee, is a regional committee that, with the aim of implementing programs that attract doctors to the Three Hills Medical Clinic. That terms of reference is currently under review, but as it stands now, the question before council is if you would like to appoint a primary and an alternate to serve on that committee.
Councillor King.
I am currently our representative and am enjoying that committee. So if council sees fit, I would be willing to continue on that committee.
Would someone care to sit as alternate? I'm currently there, but if nobody else wants to do it, I can do it. But if somebody wants to be part of it, silence is golden. I guess I will let my name stand as alternate. Someone care to make a motion? Councillor McGee.
I move that council appoint Deputy Reeve King to the Doctor Recruitment and Retention Committee and Reeve Whitstock as the alternate.
Okay, thank you very much. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Drum Solid Waste. Mr. Hogan.
Okay. The Drumheller and District Solid Waste Management Association is an association composed of a number of municipalities. As the name implies, they deal with solid waste management, so garbage and recycling. They are based out of Drumheller. The county is currently a member of the DDSWMA. They meet every couple of months, so 6 times per year, and are the governing body over the waste collection system and landfill and such. So we're looking again, they're asking that council appoint a primary and an alternate to the Drumheller and District Solid Waste Management Association. For council's reference, the county transfer stations, when that waste is picked up, it's the Drumheller and District Solid Waste Management Association that deals with that, with the exception of our landfill at Torrington.
Councillor Penner.
Being I've been on the executive for the last few years and we're in the middle of some projects, I'd like to put my name forward again, please.
Do we have a volunteer for the alternate member? Councillor McGee.
I'm willing to stand as alternate.
Okay. Someone care to make a motion? Deputy Reeve King.
I'll move then that council appoint Councillor Penner to the Drumheller and District Solid Waste Management Association and Councillor McGee as the alternate.
Okay, we have a motion before us. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. 11-12, Kneehill Housing Corporation, Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Reeve. The Kneehill Housing Corporation is the entity that looks after Golden Hills Lodge and a number of other seniors facilities in the area. It is an organization that Kneehill County helps fund. We are one of the, obviously all the members help fund the organization and their operations. In this particular instance, looking to appoint 2 primaries and an alternate to the board of directors for the Kneehill Housing Corporation. These meetings take place every 2 months.
Thank you, Mr. Hogan. I'll let my name stand as the alternate. Okay, Councillor Cunningham. Okay, Councillor Forbes. Okay, so if you are both eligible to attend those meetings, if at such time one of you cannot make it, what is our policy is here to let the alternate know. So if somebody can't make it, get a hold of me and gives me the ability to have a heads up. Someone care to make a motion? Councillor McGee.
I move that council appoint Councillor Cunningham and Councillor Forbes to the Kneehill Housing Corporation and Reeve Whitstock as alternate.
Okay. We have a motion before us. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. 1113 FCSS. Mr. Hogan.
Through Mr. Reeve, Kneehill Regional Family and Community Support Services, or FCSS, is an entity, well, I should start with, it's a partnership between the province and the municipalities in our area. It's funded by the municipalities and the province jointly. The FCSS board oversees the operations of our local regional FCSS group. They have a small but dedicated staff who do a lot of good work in our community, and we're looking for, or asking that council appoint a primary and an alternate to the Kneehill Regional Family and Community Support Services Board.
Councillor King.
I would be willing to continue to serve on this committee. Again, it's in a bit of flux, but certainly I'd let my name stand.
Okay, and I will let my name stand as the alternate. Someone care to make a motion? Councillor Christie.
I'd make the motion to appoint Deputy Reeve King to the Kneehill Regional Family and Community Support Service Board and Reeve Whitstock as alternate.
Okay, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Kneehill Regional Partnership Steering Committee, Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, the Kneehill Regional Partnership Steering Committee is a regional committee composed of Kneehill County and of the 5 urbans enclaved within our borders. The purpose of this committee is twofold. The first is to explore ways that the municipalities can work together to find efficiencies or to increase services for the regional residents. The second is to establish training programs primarily for elected officials, but also for staff that we can host regionally, as opposed to doing one-offs as lone municipalities. So the committee itself is a board that oversees the staff who are doing the operations, and we're asking that council appoint a primary and an alternate to the Kneehill Regional Partnership.
Councillor McGee.
I would love to serve again.
You've done a fantastic job there, Councillor McGee. Oh, Councillor Christie?
I'd stay on as alternate because Faye does a good job, so I might not have to do very much.
So your involvement is limited? All righty. Okay, someone care to make a motion? Councillor Penner.
I'll make the motion that council appoints I should read Carolyn's stuff here. I'm sorry, I want to say the wrong thing. Council Member McGee to the Regional Partnership and Council Member Christie as the alternate.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion before us. All those in favor? And carried unanimously. Marigold Library System, 1115. Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, the Marigold Library System is a regional library entity that looks after our area. So smaller municipal libraries are usually a member of Marigold, which supplies some funding, a lot of interconnectedness between different branches of the library. And to the board for that library system, we're asking that council appoint a primary and an alternate.
Okay, thank you very much. And this board, although it's stationed in Strathmore, meetings are held kind of around the vicinity. Am I correct on that?
Most meetings have been held virtually.
Yeah, but before COVID ever hit.
They were held virtually as well.
Oh,
You had you could either attend virtually or you could attend in person.
at the communities. But it was never really always centered in Strathmore. It was kind of
all over, yeah, wherever. They must have had a list of where they were going to have their meetings set per year.
okay, so we don't know where the meetings are going to be held other than virtually. So, are there any volunteers? Councillor McGee.
I'd like to try sitting on this one, please.
All righty. Okay, Councillor Forbes. Someone care to make a motion? Councillor Cunningham.
I will move that council appoint Councillor McGee to the Marigold Library System Board and Councillor Forbes as alternate.
Okay, we have a motion before us. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Mayor's Reeves Liaison Committee, Mr. Hogan.
Hey, through you, Mr. Reeve, the Mayor's Reeves Liaison Committee is, as its name implies, a committee of mayors and reeves throughout the province. They generally meet in conjunction with the Rural Municipalities of Alberta Convention. There are other ones as well, but generally the membership is the chief elected official and the deputy as the alternate. And so we're just asking council to make that acknowledgement through motion.
Okay, is anyone prepared to make a motion? Councillor McGee.
I move that council appoint the Reeve and to the Mayors and Reeves Liaison Committee and the Deputy Reeve as the alternate.
Okay, we have a motion before us. All those in favor? And that opposed? In, I take it you were in favor? Yes, I am in favor. All right, okay, so that was carried unanimously. Okay, 1117, Medical Clinic Enhancement Services Review Committee. Mr. Hogan.
Through Mr. Reeve, this item is similar to the previous one regarding Canadian Badlands. The Medical Clinic Enhanced Service Review Committee was a committee that had a role to play in under the lease agreement with the Kneehill Medical Clinic. As council is aware, the county is the owner of the Kneehill Medical Clinic building, and the doctors group and the clinic itself rent that from us monthly in terms of their operation. Under the prior lease, there was outlined a Medical Clinic Enhanced Services Committee, which would I don't want to use the term look after the level of medical services in the community. That wasn't totally their, that wasn't really their function, but to be aware of what that level of service was and to consider possible rent decreases if that level of service was expanded. The direction in renewing the lease that was taken was that it was a much simplified lease, more of a pure landlord-tenant relationship. And so the need for this committee was eliminated from that release, or from that lease agreement, and it was looked at as there's a monthly fee, and that we weren't going to get into looking at adjusting that rent based on differing levels of service within there. So the purpose for this committee is no more, and so again with that, looking that council accept the report on the Medical Clinic Enhanced Service Review Committee for information as presented, and likewise to Canadian Badlands. You won't see this on future org meeting agendas.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hogan. It's council's wishes. Yes, Councillor Penner.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion before us to accept for information as presented. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously.
Excuse me, Mr. Reeve, I know we're having lots of fun here, but I wouldn't mind a 5 or 10 minute break.
Okay, we are in recess for 10 minutes. And our next agenda item is 1118. Mr. Hogan?
Through Mr. Reeve, the next item is the Municipal Planning Commission, or MPC as we refer to it as. The Municipal Planning Commission is a planning body that considers the subdivision, it is a subdivision development authority for the county. It's one of its primary functions is receiving the discretionary development permits. So when the county receives a development permit application, it gets categorized as either a permitted use or a discretionary use. Permitted uses are handled by administration. Those are uses that as long as they meet all requirements, we have no choice but to approve. Discretionary uses are taken to the MPC because that is a may approve rather than a shall approve. So we have that board in front. The bylaw that establishes the Planning Commission outlines that all members of council may be appointed to the MPC. Traditionally in the past, that has been what's, at least in the recent past, that has been what has occurred. There was a question around SDAB earlier in the meeting. A person may not be a member of both MPC and SDAB. But the reason for that is that if a decision of the Municipal Planning Commission is appealed, normally that, depending on the item, but normally that appeal goes to the Subdivision Development Appeal Board. So that's the reason why a member can't be part of both boards. But as such, we're looking at council make several appointments, one being the membership to appoint all members of council. The second, that a chairperson be appointed. The third, that a vice chair be appointed. And the commission also has members at large that are appointed, so these are members of the public. And there are several names in front of you for your consideration that you may appoint to the commission as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hogan. Any questions of Mr. Hogan? Would somebody like to make the first motion to appoint all of council to MPC? Councillor Christie.
I'll make the motion to appoint all members of council to the Planning Commission as per bylaw 1784.
Okay, thank you very much. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. How are we doing the appointment to the chair and vice chair, Mr. Hogan?
You may do those in any way that council wishes. If somebody wants to put forward a nomination, or if somebody expresses interest, really the course of approach is up to council.
Okay, thank you. Does someone want to make a motion to appoint the chair? I have enjoyed that position over the years, but that doesn't mean that I'm good at it, so.
I would make the motion that Reeve Woodstock put his name forward for the chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any other nominations for that position? We do this 3 times, Mr. Hogan? Or is one sufficient?
I would suggest in this case that once is sufficient if you have nobody else looking to make an appointment. Or
Okay, no one else is volunteering for that chair position? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor to appoint the chair as myself? Okay, carried unanimously. Oh, shoot, yeah. Damn. Vice chair. Councillor McGee.
I'm willing to stand unless there's someone who would like to.
Okay, anyone else want to volunteer? Seeing as not, call the question. All those in favor of Miss Councillor McGee being vice chair, okay. At this, pardon? So moved. Okay, sorry about that. I will now recuse myself from the rest of this RFD. I let the minutes show I have a peculiar interest in this, and I will turn the chair over to Deputy Reeve King. Do you want to sit here, or do you want to? I got a mic there that just doesn't shut off. Okay. Anyway, call me back in a couple, 3 hours.
We'll be back to you sooner than that. Okay, thank you. We will need a motion to go into closed session as we need to have conversation about individuals to serve on the Municipal Planning Commission. Would someone care to make that motion? Okay, Councillor Penner, thank you. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Are we back on, Caroline? Okay. So we need a motion to appoint members at large to the Municipal Planning Commission. Would someone care to make that motion? Councillor Forbes? Okay. We have a motion to appoint Mr. Vickery and Ms. Fazzaro to our Municipal Planning Commission. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimous. Okay, I'm just going to recess to bring back Reeve Whitstock.
Okay, so I take it we are done 1.18, and we are moving on now to 11191. Mr. Hogan.
Hey, the next several items that are in front of you are appointments to intermunicipal development plan committees. So intermunicipal development plans are statutory planning documents that we have with neighboring municipalities, with most of our neighbors. And in some cases they are required, in some cases they're not. And these are essentially high-level planning documents that help guide relationships and future development and align future development between neighboring jurisdictions. So we have these in place with our urbans. We don't have them in place with all of our neighboring counties. Some of them it was felt that we didn't need them. As an example, with if we have a large river between us, there's not necessarily a lot of need for planning on alignment on both sides. However, in some cases there might be, and that would be we'll be looking at some of that in the upcoming future here. But with that, it's statutory that those plans are reviewed every so often. And so that aligns to once per council term. And so at some point during your term, we are going to need to relook at those plans and either reaffirm them or adopt new ones. And so in order to do that, we are looking at putting the negotiating committees together to oversee that or to take part in that process. The planning staff do the legwork on that and putting it together, but in the meetings with other municipalities, that's at this level, that's a council-to-council function, and that's the purpose of these committees. One of the differences you'll see in the IDP committees and in the upcoming ICF ones, because they're not meeting every other month or they're not doing that, it's really just they meet for an abbreviated period of time. It's very centralized. We redo the document and they really don't meet again throughout the term. And so what we're seeing, or what we're suggesting, is that rather than make these one-year appointments and then a year from now, when they probably haven't met, making the appointments again, that council just make these appointments for the term of council. And then that way those individuals will be on place on those for the entirety of the term. And whenever those plans come up, because we're definitely not going to do, Lori, correct me if I'm wrong, but we have roughly 13 possible IDPs to do. So we're not going to be doing 13 IDP documents in at one time, so they will come up at different times.
Mr. Reeve, just a question for clarification. Mr. Hogan, we generally mirror whatever the other municipality is doing in terms of appointments to the committees? So some of them, there's 2 members and an alternate. Some of them, there'll be 3 or 4 members and an alternate, depending on the agreement that was negotiated.
That's through you, Mr. Reeve, to Deputy Reeve King. That's correct. What we've proposed here are the continuation of what was established before, but that they're based on what you've put forward.
Just a comment. One thing I found very valuable last time with either the IDP or the ICF, that the Reeve sat on all of them, just knowing the behind the scenes. But I mean, these may not be till 3 years' time, and we could have someone else in the chair. So I'm not sure if I want to use that wording again. It's everybody's thoughts.
Any thoughts, Mr. Hogan? Just use the councillor's name rather than a title to bring these committees up to speed?
Through you, Mr. Reeve, I think it depends on which approach council wants to take. For example, if you want the Reeve to be there regardless of the person attached to that title, simply
Okay.
by virtue of them being the Reeve, you could go that route. If you're looking at having an individual specific to the committee by virtue of, say, where in the county they represent, then you'd want to tie that to their name.
I think Councillor Penner, you brought up a very, very interesting point, very good point. Because it is a 4-year appointment and we are looking currently, oh, yeah. Because the Reeve sits on the committees generally.
And if I may follow that up as well, if there was to be a change, there's nothing saying that council can't revisit this as well.
It's just that different areas we represent, you know, we know that area well.
It's
things
geographic.
Like that. Yeah, and I would hate to put a Reeve in it, say, in 2 years' time here, and they're not comfortable sitting on that board. They would prefer the two local councillors sit on that board. So I'm just wanting to make sure with the wording here how we word it.
Deputy Reeve King.
Again, just for clarification of our process, do we not acknowledge the fact that the Reeve sits ad hoc on all committees and so potentially could sit on these committees in a advisory basis even if he hadn't been appointed to that specific committee?
Through Mr. Reeve, we'd need to dig into that one on this one because as has been stated, there's a bylaw attached to it which outlines the committee. So I don't know that this would, I'd want to give that some thought before providing a concrete answer as to that, because in this case it's not just an internal Kneehill County committee, as there is a separate municipality involved as well. So it would depend on what their feelings were. There's a legal question and then there's the other question of what the other party feels is appropriate or not.
So we've kind of circled the wagons back to doing this every year. Councillor, Deputy Reeve King.
Or we could, as Councillor Penner suggested, we could appoint council members that we feel are appropriate location-wise to those committees, and the Reeve does not necessarily have to sit on all of them. If that is a more suitable arrangement, is that we do share information regardless anyway, correct?
Oh, yeah. Figure out, somebody want to put a motion together or? Well, it's a bylaw, so.
Yeah. Just as a follow-up, I guess the question we should maybe ask the Reeve prior to us insisting that he sit on all these committees is, would he be willing to do that?
Well, that comes as part of the position currently. When I'm no longer as a Reeve, then maybe the current Reeve will sit on those positions. Or on those boards. I mean, it seems like the chief elected official in default ends up sitting on these IDPs and ICFs. Any suggestion on how we could do that, Mr. Hogan? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I feel like we're going in a circle a bit, and so I'm going to just add to the circle.
Gonna make it a figure 8 now?
Yeah.
Okay.
So one of the reasons why we made sure to have the Reeve on was because it was such a brand-new process. And I think the continuity will be there regardless now, because we have a lot of background documents and stuff. So I guess for me, the question is, do we want to say Reeve plus council member, or just name names means not necessarily then the Reeve? Because if we're going to say Reeve no matter what, then we need the word the Reeve as opposed to a name, right? Yeah, but I see the importance of it, but I think we've come a long way in knowing a lot of the background that would be necessary for any of those follow-up meetings, I think.
If the rules don't change, we've got a pretty good handle on it.
I hear what you're saying, and maybe we just leave it as in our plan reviews, that it comprises of 2 members of council, or 3 or 4, whatever it is in each individual. I'm happy with that. I just wanted to put it out there because that's how we've done it before, but we do have the background material now for each one, and we're well into it.
The numbers of them, like I'm just looking at the one now.
Deputy Reeve King.
Just again, as follow-up, the more I think about it, the more that I would be willing to say that we would make it, that the representation would be the Reeve plus a member of council, or 2 or 3 members of council, depending on how the committee itself is comprised. That way you do have the consistency in the meetings across the board with the Reeve, whoever that individual is, sitting there, and then with the representative that would more locally represent that area.
Councillor Penner.
And that's kind of why I brought it forward, but does this mean, back to administration here, that all these plans have to be reworded, or not necessarily? It's just within house here.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, I don't know that the function, like, what you're making the decision on is what is the representatives that you want to appoint to these. The terms of reference or the bylaw or the adoption of them outlines the structure of the group. So example, for this one here, for the purposes of administering and monitoring the IDP, the village and county will establish the IDP plan committee comprised of 2 members of council from both the village and the county. So the plan itself is outlining that each of us appoint 2 people, but the plan's not explicit as to who those 2 people are. That's actually, the plan does say that's a choice of the respective council to make at their org meeting. It also references that if something changes, that the new people need to be appointed through council motion. So that would occur at a regular council meeting if there were changes throughout the 4 years. So all of these are prescriptive in terms of this many people, but they're also respecting the autonomy of the local municipality to determine who their people are. So really, if you're looking at saying that, you know what, from our perspective, we want the Reeve on all of these, then I would just put that as the Reeve. And then the secondary person or third or however many there are would be their name. And that purpose is that we're ensuring that the Reeve is on all of these as a representative. If you're saying, no, we're good if we don't, we're good without the Reeve on all of these or some of them, then you would put the individual names. But again, you're not changing how the bylaw or the plan is structured or the review is structured. You're just saying these are who our reps to fulfill our to fulfill our obligations under the plan are. And if there is, in this case here for the Acme one, the local councillor happens to be the Reeve, but there's nothing saying that in the future, if council appointed somebody different as Reeve, and then we came back and said, now that we've done that, that person is Reeve, and maybe it makes sense to revisit this particular one and put Councillor Whitstock as the second primary member, right? There's nothing prohibiting you from doing that in the future if changes occur. It's no different than dealing with if there's a vacancy or anything like that, right? But the plan itself does outline 2 members, and you may appoint an alternate.
Well, that's kind of clear as mud.
So that's my question. I like the idea. Do we have to have a motion before we start all the IDPs that the Reeve, is that an easier way of doing it, or just word it as we're going through?
Through Mr. Reeve, I would say word it as you go through, because each of these is creating a separate motion. Administratively, what we're going to be doing is we'll notify ACME of who we appointed to the ICF and to the IDP. Who we appointed to the ACME, ICF, and IDP is really of no relevance to Trochu as an example.
Okay, well, I guess getting back to 11.19.1.
I would like to sit on that committee with the Reeve.
Well, thanks for volunteering me. Councillor McGee.
I'm willing to be the alternate, and I'm willing to make the motion.
Okay.
So, make sure I say this right. I would like to move that the council appoint Councillor, I would rather put the Reeve first. Appoint the Reeve and Councillor Penner to the Acme Kneehill County Intermunicipal Planning Committee, and Faye McGee as alternate.
Okay. We have a motion before us. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. Call the question. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Sorry. Go ahead.
I know this is out of order, but I didn't catch it fast enough.
Oh, sorry. I should have waited for that to come up on screen.
Yeah. If we could revote, because I'm still not clear. I don't think we want to say Reeve Woodstock. I think we want to say Reeve, because we want whoever is the Reeve of the year.
Okay, sorry about that.
So,
I think scratch the Whitstock part and the councillor and just put in Reeve, maybe. Is that the intent of your motion? Okay, is that the way you would like the motion to read? Councillor McGee.
yes, thank you.
Sorry, Carolyn, I think we need a "the" in front of the "Reeve."
You sure you weren't a school teacher?
Sorry. She's a kindergarten teacher. She puts up with me, okay?
Okay, so I will read the motion. Move that council appoint the Reeve and Councillor Penner to the Acme Kneehill County IDP Committee and Councillor McGee as the alternate, with these members serving on this committee until the organizational meeting at the next general election. Are we good with that? Okay, now I will ask for discussion. And seeing as how there's none, all those in favor? Carried. Good, we only got like 50 to do.
It'll be easier.
1119-2, or not dash 2.2. IDP for Carbon, Kneehill County IDP.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, this item and the ones following it are very similar to the item that you just
I
dealt with.
noticed that, yeah.
So the only thing that changes is the jurisdiction that we have the intermunicipal development plan with.
Ah. Okay, Councillor McGee, you had your hand up.
I'd like to volunteer to be the alternate.
I will sit as the member, if nobody else would like to.
Okay. So we are throwing in a Reeve in there too? Yes, we are. All righty. Okay, Deputy Reeve King.
I'll make the motion that council appoint the Reeve and Councillor Penner to the Carbon-Kneehill County Intermunicipal Development Plan Committee and appoint Councillor McGee as the alternate, with these members serving this committee until the organizational meeting after the next general election.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion before us. Any discussion to that motion? I see none. Call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Okay, 11.19.3, Drumheller Intermunicipal Development Plan. Okay, who wants to do this one? Councillor McGee, you gonna sit in on the Drumheller one?
Yes, I would like to.
I will continue to sit as alternate.
Okay. Someone care to make a motion? Councillor McGee.
I will make the motion that council appoint the Reeve and Faye McGee and alternate Debbie Penner.
Okay, we have a motion before us. It is on screen, I do believe. I will give you a few minutes. No, I won't. A few seconds. No stress. Okay, so that is up on screen. Any discussion to that motion? I see none. Call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Now we are off to 11.19.4, Linden, Kneehill County. Not everyone at once here. Councillor McGee.
I'm willing to be the alternate.
Okay, somebody want to sit on the committee?
I will put my name forward.
Okay, Councillor Penner. Okay, if you'd like to make the motion, Deputy Reeve King.
So I'll make the motion that council appoint the Reeve and Councillor Penner to the Linden Kneehill County IDP Committee and Councillor McGee as alternate, with these members serving on the committee until the organizational meeting after the next general election.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion as presented on screen. Any discussion to that motion? I see none. Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, 11.19.5, Mountain View County, Kneehill County. Okay. Do we have an alternate? Councillor Christie? I'd sit as alternate. Okay. We will fill in the dots on the screen. Someone care to make a motion? Councillor Penner.
Really saying so moved. I'd make the motion that council appoint the Reeve and Councillor Forbes to the Mountain View County, Kneehill County Intermunicipal Development Plan Committee and Councillor Christie as the alternate, with these members serving on the committee until the organizational meeting after the next general election.
Okay, we have a motion before us. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. 11.19.6 Red Deer County, Kneehill County. Councillor Christie.
I'd like to sit as a member on that committee.
Councillor King.
And I will also.
Would someone like to sit as an alternate? Okay, Councillor Forbes. Wait to fill in the dots. Blanks, sorry, not dots. Okay, we're good. Someone care to make a motion? Councillor Christie.
So moved.
Okay. We have a motion as what's presented on screen. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. Call the question. All those in favor? And it is carried unanimously. 11.19.7 Rocky View County, Kneehill County. Sorry, go ahead, Councillor McGee.
I'd like to sit on that, please.
Okay,
We just have an alternate, right? One, the Reeve and an alternate, yeah, okay.
Excuse me, as the alternate, of course.
That's all it has.
yeah, we only have two that. Councillor Penner.
I'll make that motion that council appoint the Reeve to the Rocky View County, Kneehill County IDP, and Councillor McGee as the alternate, with these members serving on the committee until the organizational meeting after the next general election.
Thank you very much. We have a motion before us. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing not, call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We're just smoking along. 11-11-8 IDP, Three Hills.
I would be interested in serving on committee.
Okay, Councillor Cunningham. Alternate, Councillor Christie.
I'd sit on as alternate.
Okay. We're getting really good at filling in the blanks here.
Motion.
Okay, Councillor, or Deputy Reeve King.
I'll move that council appoint the Reeve and Councillor Cunningham to the Three Hills Kneehill County Intermunicipal Development Plan Committee and Councillor Christie as alternate, with these members serving this committee until the organizational meeting after the next general election.
Thank you very much. We have it on screen. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Carried, opposed? Carried unanimously. Okay, 11-19-9, Kneehill County, Trochu. Councillor Forbes, okay. As alternate or as member? Okay. Who would like to be an alternate on that committee?
Because I'm in conflict, I can't serve on that IDP committee.
Councillor Christie?
I'd sit as alternate.
Okay. Are you planning on moving back into Trochu or what?
No, I live within the IDP zone, so
Oh,
I'm
okay.
affected by whatever decisions.
Right. Councillor Penner.
So moved with what's on the screen.
Okay. Having a motion to, okay, we have the screen filled in. As per screen, we have a motion as printed on the screen, sorry. These dots and dits are starting to get to me. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. 11.11.10 Wheatland County, Kneehill County, IDP. Okay, who wants to be an alternate? Deputy, or Councillor McGee. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve King.
This is good reading practice, so. I'll make the motion that council appoint the Reeve and Councillor Christie to the Wheatland County, Kneehill County IDP Committee, and that we appoint Councillor McGee as the alternate, with these members serving on this committee until the organizational meeting after the next general election.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion before us. Is there any discussion to that motion? I am not seeing any. Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. 11.19.11 Starland County, Kneehill County, IDP. Okay. Are we gonna, because we didn't do anything last time, but we should appoint this time. Am I correct, Count?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Reeve, the intent here is that we'd, will appoint and have those people in place should we need to
Okay,
do anything, and there might be an initial meeting. The initial meeting might be us simply meeting to agree that we don't need to meet again, and we agree we don't need a plan.
okay, same as last time.
That might be the entirety of the meeting, but if we do decide, yes, maybe we should have an IDP, then there's a function for the committee. So it's just, there might not be a lot to do here, but there might.
Okay. All right, so we have Councillor King. Reeve, I guess. Go ahead, Councillor McGee.
I'm willing to be the alternate.
Okay. All righty. We have a motion before us. No, we don't. Somebody make that motion for us. Councillor Penner? No, we Councillor, okay, go ahead, Councillor Christie.
So moved.
All righty. We have a motion before us as presented on screen. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. Call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. 11.19.12 Stettler County, Kneehill County. What do we got there? Half a mile boundary? 3/4 of a mile?
It's my boundary, so.
Okay.
I'd be willing to serve.
Alternate. Councillor McGee.
I'm willing to sit as alternate.
All righty. Someone care to make a motion? Deputy Reeve King.
So, don't mess it up, eh? I'll move that council appoint the Reeve and Councillor King to the Stettler County, Kneehill County Intermunicipal Development Plan Committee, and Councillor McGee as alternate, with these members serving on this committee until the organizational meeting after the next general election.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion before us. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. Call the question. All those in favor? And carried unanimously. Oh boy, was that good. We got through that one. Now we can do it all over again with ICFs. 11.20.1 Acme, Kneehill County ICF. Councillor McGee.
I would just like to make the suggestion that we again say the Reeve for all of this, all the ICFs.
We're agreed? Good.
I'm just wondering if Mr. Hogan would like to explain a little bit about ICFs.
I was about to put up my hand to ask if I could. Yeah.
You were gonna get that opportunity. Don't worry about it.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, all of the following items in this section are intermunicipal collaboration frameworks, what we refer to as ICFs. These are a mandated document or a mandated thing that we have from the province. So in the normal course of activities, we have a number of agreements governing our relationships with other municipalities, and usually these are related to services jointly provided or funding provided or things of the like. And the province made a change that these are mandatory between neighboring municipalities, so we have to talk about these things now. You would have seen this at the regional orientation and talking about purposes of a municipality, so it didn't mention under section 3 of the MGA, didn't necessarily mention ICFs, but when you read that section, this is the actual document that meets the, must discuss things of a regional nature, etc. So these are mandated documents that we have to enter into discussions with neighboring municipalities about, to talk about what services we should jointly provide, what funding looks like for those things, and the like. So really, it's a negotiation process. The intermunicipal collaboration framework itself is really, the document itself is actually not that complex because it's really just a glorified agreement listing. The real meat of the committee's work is in all of the and they're not even sub-agreements, but all of the other agreements that we have. So when you get into that, like I said, the ICF document itself is really just, it's a glorified agreement listing. It's all the other agreements that we have with those jurisdictions that are the subject of the negotiation. So whether that's joint waste disposal, recreation, the airport falls into there with Three Hills as an example. Sorry? Fire is a big one, yeah. So it's all of those agreements that get reviewed and get looked at as part of the process. And it is a negotiation. It is a complex one, but again, one that every municipality has to undertake. And so again, we've got those in place. The ones that are in place are the first ones that were put in place. And then there's a mandate that we review them periodically, again, once per council term is what it aligns with. So these committees here, they all fall into that mold as to the group that will actually be meeting. We don't necessarily meet council to council to do we don't meet council to council to do those negotiations. So we select members of council, they meet with the selected members from the other municipality. We talk about, quite a number of things. Even how to have that negotiation is the first part of the negotiation. So there is, once these come up, there is a fair amount of work here, but it's not one of those we meet every 2 months for the entire term type of things. All of the following items do fall into that same mold. There might be some slight variances in the composition, but the intent and purposes are all the same. These are not so difficult, or difficult's the wrong word. These are not so involved with our neighboring rural municipalities because there's not a ton of agreements that we have with them that we really need to look at. These do get a lot more involved when we're dealing with the urbans and balancing different wants, needs, desires, competing priorities. Something that one municipality prioritizes very highly may not be a high priority to the other municipality. So you do work through a lot of things. We were able to within the deadline, we were able to achieve I say that with an asterisk, but we were able to achieve all of our intermunicipal collaboration framework development within the deadlines imposed by the province. So some of those were fairly straightforward. Some of them, there was quite a bit of back and forth, and not everybody was happy all the time during the process, but that is the nature of the negotiation work. This next time around, we'll see how it goes. When we did this last time, there was nothing, the ICF itself wasn't in place, and those discussions, while they had occurred in some ways, had not occurred in that formal channel. And so we'll see if that makes things easier this next time around.
Okay, is there any questions for Mr. Hogan from council? But yeah, you've stated that this committee will actually meet sometime through this next 4-year term, so although the IDPs may not, ICFs will.
Yeah.
Because they were only 5-year agreements to start with.
Yes, and I believe we have them, believe they're slated for 23-24. They have to be reviewed by.
Mm-hmm. Or sooner if
Yeah.
there's an agreement to meet. Okay, everybody understands how this ICF works? Very good. Yes, go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Can I just ask a question, I guess, of clarification? Since we've decided that we're appointing the Reeve to each of these committees, is it more appropriate, because the position I'm currently sitting in is not necessarily mine for life, is it appropriate to refer to me as Councillor King in these appointments as opposed to Deputy Reeve? That's the question I would ask.
Through Mr. Reeve, you could do either. If the current title that you hold is Deputy Reeve, so I don't think it's inappropriate. If wanting to ensure that, I guess the short version is I think we'd be fine. Is if we did decide that there was a change, as an example, at an organizational meeting between Reeve and Deputy Reeve, we could have a note to revisit some of these and just restate them, so to speak. You know, I'm assuming or guessing some of the concern to say around the Trochu one and that area is wanting to make sure that you're a part of an entity like that, and not missing out on that simply because you might not be the Deputy Reeve at that point in time.
Yeah, and I guess it's just a clarification because, you know, I am a councillor, although I'm serving as Deputy Reeve, I am a councillor, and if that appointment is for the 4 years, is it more appropriate to refer to my appointment as Councillor King in this context, I guess, is the question.
Yeah, I don't know that it matters a great deal. Is if we have, in this case, because we're not doing the Deputy Reeve, we actually are appointing you as an individual. If your title happens to change in the future, you know, it really, to me, becomes a housekeeping item rather than one of substance.
Okay, appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
So have we started? Sorry, I'll put my name forward for ACME.
Okay, somebody want to be an alternate there? Councillor McGee. Okay, we filled in the blanks. We're close. Someone care to make a motion?
Sure.
Councillor Penner.
I'll start it off. I'd make the motion that council appoint the Reeve and Councillor Penner to the ACME Kneehill County ICF Committee and Councillor McGee as the alternate, with these members serving on the committee until the organizational meeting after the next general election.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion before us. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. 11.20.2 Carbon, Kneehill County.
I would sit on this one again, if that's okay.
Okay. Alternate, yes, Councillor McGee.
Yeah, I would like to stay as alternate.
Okay, I'll fill in the blanks here. Okay, someone care to make a motion? Councillor Christie.
I'll make the motion to appoint the Reeve and Councillor Penner to the Carbon Kneehill County Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework Committee and Councillor McGee as alternate. And these members will serve until the next organizational meeting, or next after the general.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us. Is there any discussion to that said motion? I see none. Call the question. All those in favor? And that one is carried unanimously also. 11.20.3 Drumheller, Kneehill County, ICF. Oh, Councillor McGee.
I would like to stay as member.
Okay, member, we're looking for an alternate now. Councillor Cunningham, alternate. We'll fill in the blanks. Someone care to make a motion? Deputy Reeve King.
So then I'd make the motion that council appoint the Reeve and Councillor McGee to the Drumheller Kneehill ICF Committee and appoint Councillor Cunningham as alternate, with these members serving on this committee until the organizational meeting after the next general election.
Okay, we have a motion before us. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. Call the question. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Ooh, 11-20-4 ICF Linden. Councillor Penner?
I'd put my name forward.
Alternate? All right, thank you. Councillor Forbes. Councillor, or Deputy Reeve King.
I'll make the motion that council appoint the Reeve and Councillor Penner to the Linden Kneehill ICF Committee and Councillor Forbes as alternate, with these members serving on this committee until the organizational meeting after the next general election.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. And now we are off to 11.20.5 Mountain View County, Kneehill County, ICF. Councillor Christie?
I'd like to stay on that committee.
This committee will be comprised of Reeve, 2 other members, and an alternate. Councillor McGee?
I'm willing to sit on it either as a councillor or an alternate if someone wanted to be councillor that's closer. Councillor Forbes, would you consider that, or would you? Okay, so I'll be an alternative then.
Alternate, all right, so now we have Councillor Forbes as a member, Councillor Christie as a member, and Councillor McGee as an alternate. It is up on screen, I do believe. Someone care to make a motion? Councillor McGee.
I move that council appoint the Reeve, Councillor Forbes, Councillor Christie to the Mountain View County, Kneehill County Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework Committee and Councillor McGee as an alternate, with these members serving on this committee until the organizational meeting after the next general election.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion before us. Is there any discussion to that motion? See none, call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. 11.20.6, Red Deer County, Kneehill County.
Mr. Reeve?
Counselor, okay, go ahead.
Sorry. I'd like to stay on this committee.
Okay,
I'd like to stay on this committee.
okay, we need an alternate. Okay, Councillor Cunningham. Oh, boy, you were quick on that one. Someone care to make a motion?
I so move.
All right, we have a motion. Any discussion to the motion as presented on screen? Seeing not, call the question. All those in favor? And again, imagine that, it's unanimous. Okay, which one did we just do here? That was Red Deer, so now we're doing Rocky View? 11.20.7, Rocky View, Kneehill County. Councillor McGee.
I'm willing to be the alternate.
All righty. Fill in the blanks. Very good. Someone care to make a motion? Councillor Deputy Reeve King.
I'll make the motion that we appoint the Reeve to the Rocky View Kneehill County Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework Committee and Councillor McGee as alternate, with these members serving on this committee until the organizational meeting after the next general election.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion before us. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. Call the question. All those in favor? And carried unanimously. 11.20.8, Three Hills, Kneehill County.
If it pleases council, I'd be happy to stay on this committee.
Okay, in this case, we have two other members. Councillor Cunningham. Councillor Phobes, do you want to be committee member? Alternate? Okay, we need one. Councillor McGee.
I would be a committee member.
All righty. We to fill in the blanks. Oh, blanks are filled in? Okay, who someone care to make a motion? Not everybody at once here.
Appointing. I'll make the motion
Councillor Penner.
that council appoint the Reeve, the Deputy Reeve King, Councillor Cunningham, and Councillor McGee to the Three Hills, Kneehill County ICF Committee, and Councillor Phobes as the alternate until after the next until the organizational meeting after the general election.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion before us. Any discussion to that motion? I see none. Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. 11.20.9 Trochu, Kneehill County.
I'd be willing to stay on this one as well.
Okay, we need two more members. There is no alternate on this one for some reason. Councillor Christie.
I'd stay on this committee.
Okay. Councillor Phobes. That should, is there a reason we don't have an alternate or? Okay, so we don't need an alternate. Okay, so have we filled in the blanks? Are we good there? Someone care to make a motion? Councillor Cunningham.
I move that council appoint the Reeve, Deputy Reeve King, Councillor Phobes, and Councillor Christie to the Trochu Kneehill County Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework Committee, with these members serving on this committee until the organizational meeting after the next general election.
Thank you very much. We have a motion before us. Is there any discussion to that said motion? I see none. Call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. 11.20.10 Stettler County, Kneehill County ICF.
It's a new one.
Well, we didn't have one last time. Recommendations, Mr. Hogan.
My apologies, I'm just moving to the, I'm moving through the documentation to the item itself.
So what are we looking for here? Are we going to go with 2 representatives and a Reeve? One,
We're only required to provide 2.
we're only required 2?
Yeah.
Okay, who else wants to sit on this?
I can, it's my boundary, I guess.
Okay, well, bring a canoe, it's half a mile of river.
I have a canoe. Is blue okay?
Well, I don't know, we might make you paint it a different color. Alrighty, okay, so was that up on screen? Somebody care to make a motion? Pardon? Oh, all right.
Say that. Oh, okay.
Okay, we have an alternate of Councillor Christie. Now, would anyone care to make a motion? Councillor McGee.
I so move.
Okay, we have a motion to approve as written on screen. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. 11.20.11 Starland County, Kneehill County, ICF. Oh, Councillor McGee.
I'm willing to sit.
Okay. Alternate, anyone care? Yes, Councillor Penner.
I'll sit as alternate.
Alrighty, fill in the blanks. Yeah, I'm starting to get good at this. Mind you, so is everyone else here. All right, it's up on screen. Who would like to make a motion? Councillor Penner.
So moved.
All righty. We have a motion as presented on screen. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. Call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Oh. 1-1. Okay, who did we just do? We just did Starland? Hey, we're coming to the end. 11.20.12 Wheatland County, Kneehill County. Councillor McGee.
I would like to sit on it.
Okay. What are we looking for here? An alternate now. Councillor Penner.
I can be your alternate.
Okay, there's an alternate. Blanks are filled in. Would somebody care to make a motion? Deputy Reeve King.
So I'll make the motion that council appoint the Reeve and Councillor McGee to the Wheatland County, Kneehill County ICF Committee, and appoint Councillor Penner as the alternate, with these members serving on this committee onto the organizational meeting after the next general election.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion before us. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Whew. We need more more partners around us. Or maybe we don't. Okay, next agenda item, 1121, RMUG. I used to sit on RMUG. I would put my name forward. Someone want to be an alternate on? Well, Mr. Hogan, maybe you could explain RMUG.
So through you, Mr. Reeve, the Red Deer River Municipal Users Group is one of the groups that is concerned with how the water is used from the Red Deer River. And the Red Deer River is a source of, I think all of the, well, other than what we pull out of the ground, is a source of the water in Kneehill County. So we're one of the municipalities that is involved in that group. Really, that is the high-level summary that to provide on there. Is they look at different programs or different ways or issues relating to the river and the use of water.
Councillor McGee.
I'm willing to sit on it.
Okay. Anyone else considering, thinking, maybe, sort of? We only need two, yeah. Okay, someone care to make a motion? Councillor Petter.
I'll make the motion that council appoint Reeve Woodstock to the Red Deer River Municipal User Group and Councillor McGee as the alternate.
Okay, we have a motion before us. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. 11.22, SDAB, Mr. Hogan.
Hey, through you, Mr. Reeve, the SDAB, or Subdivision Development Appeal Board, is the county's appeal board that hears development appeals. So when we have an applicant that submits a development application, if that application is denied, in a number of instances, the applicant has the ability to appeal that decision and look to see it reheard and see if maybe they can get an approval out of it. The other instance is if an applicant themselves can appeal a decision if they disagree or they want to alter one of the conditions imposed to that decision. So generally when the MPC renders a decision, if it's appealed, it's going to go to the SDAB for a new hearing. And of course, the SDAB is going to weigh, again, it's a lot of administrative law, it's going to weigh whether there's jurisdiction there to even have the appeal, and if so, then they will conduct the hearing and render a new decision, which could be the same decision or could be a different decision. But it is an appeal board. There is a training requirement involved from applicants, and that's from the province. It has no set meetings, and in fact, Carolyn, I'm not sure when the actual last meeting of our SDAB was for an actual hearing. They've met over the course of the past couple of years for training, but I don't know that it's been quite a while since we've had an actual hearing that they've needed to attend to. So it is on an ad hoc basis.
So would we like to go into closed session to go through the candidates? Someone care to make a motion?
I'd make that, sorry, Carrie. No, go ahead.
Councillor Forbes. I'm using my discretion here. Okay, motion's been made to go into closed session. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We're off screen. Ms. Vanderkool.
I move that council move to appoint the following members at large to the Subdivision Development Appeal Board for one-year term. Maureen, I can never say her name, Chalka, as president. No. Oh, next one, excuse me, right, okay. Bill Zenz, Dennis Day, Kent Knutson, Steve Cullum, and Connie Fraser.
That's okay. I'll make the motion that council move to appoint Maureen Shellac as the chairperson and, Dennis Day as the vice chairperson to the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board for a one-year term.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, the Trochu Housing Corporation is, yep, is a municipally owned entity. The owner is the town of Trochu. Our involvement in this stems from our backing of our potential backing of a loan that may be taken out to facilitate the construction of the building. This was a choice made by so to back up, the town of Trochu made a request of Kneehill County. I think everyone's probably aware they're looking at building a large-scale seniors facility within the town. In order to do this, they are chasing grant funding, but may need to borrow to facilitate construction. This poses a problem for the town of Trochu because the town of Trochu's debt limit is not high enough for them to borrow the needed funding. And so they approached Kneehill County to ask if we would guarantee the loan. So what that means is that if the town of Trochu were to default on that loan, then the lender would come looking for Kneehill County to make those payments. Council took a look at the business case attached to the seniors facility, installed a number of conditions upon which that needed to be in place in order for the county to consider or to make that backing, and at the end of the day chose to enter into an agreement with the town of Trochu to back that loan should it ever come to be. And I should back up on that phrasing because it's not a should it ever come to be. There is a time limit associated with that backing. If the project doesn't move forward within that time frame, then the town would need to come back and reapproach this council to see if the offer would still be extended or not at that time. So I will should have been more clear on that wording. So it is a limited time offer, but as part of that, the Trochu Housing Corporation opened a spot or created a spot on their board for a member of Kneehill County to sit. And that was largely for us to have some input or say on what the project was doing or how it was moving forward, given that we were potentially going to be a financial backer of it.
Okay, Councillor or Deputy Reeve King.
I'm currently sitting as our representative on that committee, and I would be willing to continue under the same conditions as I made the offer the last time, with no requirement for payment to attend.
Councillor Christie.
I'm on as the alternate, and I'd continue on there.
Okay. Are we good with that? All right, would someone, yes, Councillor McGee.
I would move that council appoint Deputy Reeve King to the Trochu Housing Corporation and Councillor Christie as alternate, and suggested Deputy Reeve that he continues to charge as it's in the bylaws. We appreciate you there.
Do you want to add that to the motion, or?
That's just a
No.
friendly suggestion.
Friendly suggestion, okay.
force it, I'll just strongly suggest.
Okay, so is that the way you would like that motion to read, Councillor McGee?
Yes, perfect, thanks.
Okay, so we have a motion before us. Move that council appoint Deputy Reeve King to Trochu Housing Corporation and Councillor Christie as the alternate. Is there any discussion to that motion? See none, call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously, and holy cow, that brings us to the end of our organizational meeting of October 26th, 2021. At this point in time, 11:49, I adjourn. All righty. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It is 12:05. We have just had our organizational meeting of October 26, 2021. Now we are going to start our regular council agenda. I would love to welcome two new members to council. Councillor Forbes, Councillor Cunningham. Thank you so much for putting your name forwards, and welcome to Kneehill County Council. I'll call the meeting to order. We have an agenda before us. Are there any additions or deletions to that agenda? If not, Councillor Christie.
I move the agenda is presented.
Okay, we have a motion to move the agenda as presented. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We have circulated the regular council meeting minutes of October the 12th. Are there any errors, omissions, concerns? If not, could use a motion. Yes, Deputy Reeve King.
I'll move the minutes of the October 12th, 2021 regular meeting as presented.
Okay, we have a motion to accept as presented. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Our first agenda item is 8.1, be the amended 2022 FCSS budget and allocations. Mr. Hogan, you're presenting.
I am. Through you, Mr. Reeve. The item that's before you is actually a follow-up to an item at the previous council meeting. Council looked at the FCSS budget and approved that, and that is standard procedure that the FCSS board creates their budget with the help of their staff, and then that budget is forwarded to the municipal partners for approval because they're ultimately the ones funding it. One of the one of the notes in the FCSS budget is that the province does provide 80% of the funding, but in order to access that funding, the municipalities have to put in the other 20%. If they don't receive the full 80% from the province. So in the previous budget, the FCSS group had used the new population numbers as estimated by the province. There were some concerns over those numbers. In further discussion with the province, FCSS discovered that there's actually no new funding coming from the province. And so they've looked at it and said, let's use the existing numbers that we have confidence in. And so they've redone those numbers. So as you can see in the budget, in the previous one, Kneehill County was paying based on the much higher population number. In the one that's proposed now, we're looking at the 5,001 number, so that the money going to FCSS is all the same. Kneehill's portion becomes a bit less, and so as such, we're recommending that just as council approved the last one at the higher number, that council endorse this one at the lower number.
Thank you, Mr. Hogan. Are there any questions from council to Mr. Hogan? Yes, go ahead, Councillor McGee.
Thank you. Through the Reeve, Mike, could you please explain what liberties we have with that? Are we to stay with what they're requesting, or do we have any liberties as far as standard practice?
So through Mr. Reeve, to Councillor McGee, if you're asking about, are you asking, what in terms of liberties that we have, is that to say if we wanted to provide additional funding?
Right.
Right. If we wanted to, we could. We're under no obligation to, but if we wanted to, we could. What if council was wanting to entertain that? My suggestion would still be to approve this budget as it is today, and then to have further discussions as we go through the budget process to determine what you might want to do, what the impact of that will be. And I say that as an example of, if the county was to contribute additional funding, are we contributing it to programs that will only run in the county, or does that matter, right? There's a philosophical question there. And then the follow-up one, engaging FCSS to, even if we gave the extra money, do they have the resources to actually see those programs come through? So if that's something that council wants to talk about, I'd suggest that that would be a good discussion for during the budget component. And today here to just look back at this, but if there's an appetite there, it can be looked at.
Thank you.
Does council have any other questions for Mr. Hogan? Deputy Reeve King.
In spite of what appears to be wildly fluctuating county population numbers, this second request is much less than what we dealt with the last time, so I would make the motion that council approve the amended Kneehill Regional Family and Community Services Support Services Budget 2022 and allocations as presented.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion before us as printed on screen to approve the amended FCSS budget for 2022 as presented. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see no discussion coming forward, so I will call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Our next agenda item, 8.2, and that will be Mr. Hogan again. Boy, you got a lot of speaking time in this meeting.
I have it. I'm not sure how to take that.
I'll give you a hint later.
This, through you, Mr. Reeve, the question before you is a request from the Three Hills Thrashers Junior Hockey Club. They are inquiring if the county and council would be willing to provide some sponsorship or funding to their program as they return to the ice. Each year in its operating budget, council does allocate funds through the Recreation, Community Arts and Cultural Events Policy. So this is a pool of money that council puts aside to fund things within recreation, community arts, and cultural events. It's put away as a dollar figure without a specific recipient, just knowing that requests like this will come up throughout the year, and this gives council the ability to approve requests like this without a budget impact should you choose to. Some requests are approved, some are not. That's ultimately a decision of council, but if you do approve it, there is $8,228 approximately remaining in that area of the budget. So you do have funding to provide that should you wish, without there being a budget impact if you're inclined to do so.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions from council to Mr. Hogan? Any discussion? Well, I guess we should probably have a motion, but regardless of, any discussion?
I think it's just great that the kids are able to play, or the young adults are able to play again here, and great to see the Thrashers up and going again. Mr. Reeve? No, sorry.
Go ahead. Okay, I'm gonna pick you then. Deputy Reeve King.
Just had a question. So we're getting a sponsorship in their advertising, plus we're providing tickets for them to donate to kids sports? Is that what the 500 gets used for?
I do believe that they're providing us with tickets and we donate those to kids sport.
Okay.
That's the way I read it.
Okay.
Am I correct in that assumption?
Actually, go ahead.
So say looking at the sponsorship levels, this would be the $500 would be a friends of. I don't know if there are season tickets coming with that or not.
Okay.
At that level, I don't believe that would be an issue. In the past, when we have received them, the county then donated those too.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. What's council's wishes? Councillor Penner.
I'll put the motion out there and we can discuss it further if we like. I'd make the motion that council provides support to the Three Hills Thrashers Junior B Hockey Club by sponsoring the $500, or referred to as the Friends of the Thrashers.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion before us to provide sponsorship in the amount of $500. Now we can open the floor up to discussion. I think it's a good idea to promote our local sports team, and it's been a long time since there has been something to watch other than TV. there any other discussion to the motion? If not, I am going to call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Okay, our next agenda item is council and committee reports, community futures, Wildrose. Anything to add to that?
Just the loan portfolio is the triple RF funding. So they were very successful in the Wildrose district. When those aren't, if the ones that aren't paid back, we're hoping come back as long-term loans, which will help down the road. Some of them have been paid back already. So about a third of them have made payments back. So that it appears that some of them want to pay it out. Maybe not, that may not show up in the report, but at any rate. So it's been a very successful program. So and the rest is, if there's any other questions.
Does council have any questions to do with Community Futures Wildrose? We have the expert in the room here to answer those questions for you.
No, I don't think you do.
Councillor Penner.
I don't have a question. I just want to thank you, Wade, or Councillor Christie, for sitting on this board, your passion towards it, and it shows that it's used across the whole region when you see which areas have applied for this. So this is great to see that people are utilizing the Wildrose futures.
Well, and it's a really good entrepreneurial type loan system. The interest rate is slightly higher, but to get that loan, you have to sign on to the business management training that goes with it. And that's part of why they're so successful, is because we have a really strong administration staff down there that when they have a loan that's in trouble, they spend time to go into their business and say, look, this is what you're doing wrong. This is what you got to do to fix it, and really work hard with them. So our Wildrose office has actually been reprimanded because our failure rate's not high enough. Basically, they're saying we're not taking enough risk.
Okay, is there anything else to do with Community Futures Wildrose? Seeing as not, would someone like to make a motion to receive council and committee reports as presented for information? Or no, just to receive and, yeah. Yes, Councillor Christie.
I'll move the council committee reports as presented.
Okay, thank you very much. We've got a motion to receive council and committee reports as presented. I think it's up there, isn't it not? Yes, it is. Any discussion to that item? Not seeing any. Call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Our next agenda item is council follow-up action list. Provided pre-circulated. Are there any questions to do with that? Okay, the reason we have this list is because we keep track of direction that's been provided to administration, and we keep that in order and in what stage of progress it is in. So there are a number of ones that are completed. There are a number of ones that are ongoing, and some of those are actually partnerships, so it takes a while to get some of that stuff through. But we do provide that information here, so if there's any questions, and these are all previous motions that were presented, made, passed. So, yes, and go ahead, Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, just to follow up on that for our new members, you've touched on it, and I'll expand on it a bit, is depending on the timing of the items. Some items that you pass on here by the next council meeting, they're complete. Some items do sit on here for a significant amount of time just based on, as Reeve said, their partnerships, or I use the example of the ones from March regarding the PERC program. So the PERC program is how we recoup some of the money that goes to educational taxes that's related to unpaid oil field taxes, because we have to pay that before we receive the taxes. So if we don't receive them, then we've paid money that we actually haven't received. We get that back, or at least we try to, but those applications only come around in January. So even though we made that motion in March, it'll sit there for several months because the program opens up in January and we do it then. So we do report on that progress, but there are some items that will come on here and disappear quickly and others that will wait. But it is an accountability tool to make sure that the ones that don't need to wait aren't.
Thank you for the clarification. Mr. Hogan? Are there any questions with the council action items from council? What are council's wishes? Councillor McGee.
I move that we receive for information the council action list as presented.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion to receive for information as presented. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. That actually brings us to the conclusion of our open session. We have a closed session dealing with land, section 17 and 24 of the FOIP Act. Would someone like to put us in closed session? Councillor Forbes. Okay, we have a motion to move into closed session. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. And when we're off camera, we will start. They brought their friends this time too, huh? Got invisible friends like that too. Okay, so it is now 12:51. We are back into open session. We have a motion to be made coming out of closed session. Would someone care to make a motion? I've already used that line. Councillor McGee.
I move that we approve the sale price of $650,000 for the sale of the Sundry McCall land containing 128.54 acres located at Southeast 183325 west of 5.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion before us as presented on screen. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. Thank you very much, everyone. That brings us to the end of our October 26th meeting. And thanks for joining us and have a lovely day. Thank you very much. Bye.